Welcome back to the stream. For those who are new here, hi, it's Leilan Kyle, also known as Pixelolly. If you love to be around more often, follow my channel. Also, if you want to be extra with your support, you may subscribe for exclusive perks. Bits and tips sent are highly appreciated. Thank you. Now let's have some fun. Wish me luck. Hello, good afternoon. Today we're gonna be playing more League of Legends. And we'll be queuing for rank flights. Let's go. I haven't updated Twitter yet. Wait, let me join them on League first. Okay, let's go.
Kita, pansin mo ba yung border? Ano ba masabi mo sa border ni Jay, pre?
Angas nga, pre. Angas.
Angas nga eh.
Yeah.
Parang, alam mo kung naalala ko niya sa border, yung Coven.
Looks cool. Yeah.
Coven skin.
Battle pass, no? You bought the battle pass?
Oo, pre.
Tapos, ang dami niya pa nakuha skin, kaya sulit na sulit yung 600 gun, 640.
Dami ka makukuha ang skin, tapos ang dami pa makukuha ang mythic essence, boys.
Oh shit, good trade.
172 na yung mythic essence. Try ko lang lumabas yung prestige ni Trish.
Ilan mo yun? 200 yun, tama?
This is me.
Alin, 100 lang, boys. Sa 150 lang.
Hello, Corby.
Dapat ibalik nila yung series para di umaangat yung mga tangang player. Ang saya pa naman pag serious ka, nung seryoso lahat na
Yeah.
Sibigyan ka ng tangang kampe mo.
Tapos you have to tell your teammates,
Oo,
pre,
ayos
don't
yung
fuck this up. It's my series.
Ayos yung yung bagong update ng bot sa Valorant. Naglalakad na yung bot, hindi na nakatanga lang.
What do you mean, bot
Yung mga bot,
in practice
parang meron
range?
doon, magde-depend ka sa attacking. Nagalaw na sila, pre.
Hmm.
Ay, gago, alam niyo ba pa nag-chat kayo ng retarded sa league?
Yeah, you're gonna
Automatic
get
suspension
muted.
kayo.
Yeah.
Suspension, pre. Rank suspension.
That's because it's a slur.
Alas
A hard R slur.
May rank restriction si gago. Kaibigan. Pre, ikaw mag-invite sa league, pre. Alam mo mga lang sumasali pag di babae.
Hello, I mean slot. Wait lang. What do we need? Top or EDC?
Ang yung T1 na kampi namin kahapon. Ako
Alberto.
sa tama, grabe.
Thanks for dropping by the stream. What?
Ng mga T1 niya ng puta.
True. No face cam for today, chat. Just because.
Facecam sila kasi di siya naligo, guys.
Hoy, I showered. I took a bath before I started the stream. No hand cam kasi makikita na ano. I wanna play comfortably, chat. I mean, I still do play comfy when with my face cam. Pero, sino pang binabagyo dyan?
Si Ban.
Ano ba talaga meron ngayon? Bagyo ba talaga? Or is it low pressure?
Low pressure lang, pre.
I see.
Naingay ba? Hindi naman ako mapalit ng headset.
We can hear the air more than your voice.
Ano yun, yung aircon yun? Ayan, okay na? Hello,
Yeah,
hello.
much better. Ano nga role ni Corby tsaka ni Sloth? Ay, multi-role. Oh, I mean... primary role. I don't feel here.
You don't feel anymore.
Let's not feel, Chad. We go for the primary role. Anyone can play other roles, but it's different when you're on your main.
Pre, bala na dyan. Bakit mo binan yung LeBlanc, pre?
Uy, ban ano dapat, Kin? I'm so tired of seeing Kin.
Hindi pa tayo play.
Wait lang,
Ito
brain.
na naman yung mga BAG oh.
Yung BAG. BAG. Jean,
Mga
okay.
big.
Mga vegan. Are they vegan?
Dapat nagkalat na yan. Ang inang team na yan.
What does VEG mean? What do I play this game? Sadly, wait. I have chromas for Crime City, but not on this account. Hey, sis. Bye, bye, bye. Gagalots. You know what? It's so weird to use Twitter now because they have a fucking yearly tax. You have to pay to be able to actually interact or engage with anyone on the app. 50 pesos. I mean, it's not that big, but what the hell? Even Facebook doesn't ask for that. Twitter has gone really weird.
Oh god, Malphite. Kita ko kayo guys ng Gundam.
Okay.
Gundam.
Gundam these nuts. Damn! What?
Payton. Payton, di ba sa Hunter x Hunter?
You know what? I don't understand people who remove their IGN after they asked for an invite or something like.
Pag hindi sila makilala, boy. Ang iba.
Yeah, but why?
Pag toxic kasi, pre.
Exactly.
Ganun talaga.
Like, if you're toxic, huwag ka na sumali pag gano'n.
Example. Yung iba dyan, matatandaan yung name.
Ewan ko ba?
Apa? Gundam.
Let's go. I'm not sure if I have that skin.
What can we learn?
I don't think I do.
Gundam yan, pre.
Ay,
Takamain naman.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
No time for worrying.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Oh my god, wala yung passing ko, guys. Wala yung pagiging Gundam ko.
you turned red? Whoa.
Ako sa, ano?
Was it because of a skill or recall? Ba't naging red ka?
I want
Make her spawn.
Ah, it's because of your skill.
In the fire of industry,
Passive ata, boy.
Ay, passive pala.
I'm a one-way ticket
No,
to
like
the early gates.
I didn't notice that till now.
Gundam. Mga ang gusto mo ni Malphite nila.
What happened nga with us and ENG? Mga trash talker ba yan? I don't really
May
remember.
kalaban tayong trash talker.
Ah, okay.
Mother always said, don't lose.
Yung beso man natin tinalo. Hindi naman sila umpete lahat. Hiwa-hiwalay. 2, 3.
You can always trust from.
We can always trust from.
Not so bad. The darker the night, the brighter the stars. Let us go.
O nga boy, pag nawawala nga yung ano ko. Kasi.
Even the heaviest door can be opened. Fight like rats.
Wow! This minion! Tiniming pa talaga. Ako yan na. Wait, why did she not hit the pike? We could have stunned him.
Has been slain.
What?
If you have problems, look up to me. Sometimes icy heart just needs warm smile.
Okay.
An enemy has been slain.
Ram is on the job.
Didn't mean to cue that.
Fight like rats.
Ay, ewan ko sa kanya.
No time.
She doesn't follow at least a freaking auto whenever I queue. Like, don't waste my mana. Huh?
Ano, papalas ako nito. Putang na.
Show me your
Whoa! Whoa! Vibe outside?
not so bad. Life is good, no? I wonder what's around next corner.
By mid.
An ally has been slain.
What? Fight like rats.
An ally has been
Ang
slain.
ina nag-level.
Killing spree.
Ano sa akin?
You are safe.
She changed target!
Have been slain.
Three.
Ito oh.
She keeps on changing target, pre! Oh my god. Why? Oh, why? No something. No something. He still has flash. Di pa namatay yun. Sayang. Nice try pa.
Why not enjoy some warm milk instead?
Retribution is at hand.
When going gets tough, it's look for wrong. I'm a snack.
Wait, do my ass. Me? Nice try, Ray. Oh my god, he missed the skill.
Turning
Excuse me.
very important to take time to rest.
Oh shit. Down here. But I can ult though. Like, huh? Why would you rely on your ult to last hit?
The night.
When you can just auto. Diba? The Pike still had flash. That's when you make use of your ult. Oh heck. You know. Lo, ayaw ni mag-commit. La. No Sams. Ala. That's great. It's really crazy.
Even heavy sword can be opened. Like they hurt.
Pagay.
I didn't see the Silas TP.
Kanina eh.
Ha?
Yung kanina dito.
See?
Kaya sinabi kong tama.
That wasn't so bad. Sight is the key to victory.
Paputol-putol boses mo ba?
Seryoso ka dun, Kaitan.
Ally has been slain.
Seryoso ka dun, Kaitan.
Enemy killing spree.
Oh, there.
Sometimes icy heart just needs warm smile.
Ewan ko ba? Gets ang ating Ash.
Oh my god. Oh. Sinipa yung volleyball.
Why can't you just ult? Holy fucking shit!
Ram is on the job.
Anong... Ha? Tinitipid niya, pray for what?
Holy god, bro.
Jesus Christ. Ewan ko ba? Ang lating imcook pa rin doing shit.
Pag fill yung goal ko, automatic na pupunta ako sa top.
This fucking by bot again. Yay, 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 yay.
Not so fair.
Hindi palo.
Heaven sent.
I wonder what's around next door.
Double kill.
Ay, naka.
Rampage.
Rome lives another day.
From lives another day. Sabi, numbers ka kagad pa rin. Nice try.
Papatay lang ako pag nakandito yung beam.
Yeah.
Your
Kami
turret
din,
has been
Chabo.
destroyed.
Bobo ang puta. Ako pa yung pinaprahe putang yung gagawin ko dito. Tank lang ako. Ano AP? Bobo puta. Kaya may mga sayad ata player ngayon sa loob. Basya na kasi.
Trust Rome.
Always have been. Always.
Tanga, mas
Has
matino pa
always
yung mga
been like
kalaro.
this.
Mas matino pa yung kalaro minsan sa Bali.
Magic cannot be taken. The
Magic
darker
cannot be taken.
brighter the stars.
Hey, 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 hey.
Has been slain.
Whoa.
Back I go.
Char. Get me out! She could have killed the freaking bot already if only she knew how to FF, like focus fire. Oh my god.
Let us go.
She keep on switching targets. Both are really low. She can't commit. She keeps on saving her ult. For what? The heck?
Has been slain. Has been slain.
They're top side. They're gonna take RH.
Move like they hurt.
Forceful reclamation.
Fuck off me.
You have problem. You come to me first. Sometimes icy hearts just need warm smile.
Buang.
Ram is on the job.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Spike is not here.
An enemy is legendary.
Let's try that.
Tayo. Ayun na.
No time for worrying.
Nice one. No cleanse, Jin.
Shut down.
It's very important to take time.
Buwa katarantaduhan eh, no?
Always said, not go.
Pa-flash pa bakit? Oh my god! Hindi makakatakbo yun. Mabulbulang taglay.
You can always trust bro.
No ult.
Ally has been slain. Ally has been slain.
Oh, the silence is here. Are you kidding me? Poor top. Shh. Tearing flesh.
That wasn't so bad.
Excuse me.
An ally has been slain.
Let us go. Even the heaviest door can be opened.
An enemy has been slain.
Like they hurt.
Your turret has been destroyed.
If you have problem, you come to me first.
Likod nyo, volley.
Sometimes I see heart.
An ally has been slain.
You thought you were in trouble.
An ally has been slain.
He's on the job.
Putang ina. I think that was warranted, my opinion.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Sinipa papunta sa'yo.
Tarantado talaga eh, no?
Yeah, I saw that.
No time for worrying.
Buti may flash county, paano?
Well, VEG Phaeton.
Life is good, no?
Ano yung papalag naman ng CEO? Tang ina mo. Diyan ang galaw, no?
Has been slain.
Why is she advancing alone?
Mother always said, don't do.
I have no wood.
An ally has been slain.
He has no flash, but still died.
Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain.
Sabi daya talaga na itong Malphite eh, no? Pag nahuli ka ng nadikitan ka. Kasi tinan mo, attacks with the reduction yung turns. Kasi slow yung kill. Ang may ulti pang bomba. Bomba UE.
Ayui.
Let us go.
Tank namin yung drag system.
Nagulat ako sa blue, putang ina. Ay! Eh na nga, nagulat na nga. Ang ina.
Ako pala talaga magugulat.
They took his blue. Oh dear. Oh dear. Look.
Call it redistribution of matter.
Lights.
It's very important to
Redistribution.
with my technique. Kill it.
My technique.
Simula nakakuha ng dragon ng Goku.
Siyempre. Oh, siyempre.
Yeah, man.
Like they hurt.
An ally has been slain.
Isa ka lang talaga dyan, Bray. Let's go!
Wala po.
You have problems.
Ganda nung set ko nung hindi lang bobo yung leasing, pamatay agad.
Flip, 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 flip,
Your turret has been destroyed.
flip, flip, flip. Flip, flip, flip.
Kanina naiyak na eh.
Naiyak na ngayon, lumatawa na si Balnax.
Tawag na lang eh. Wala ka lang pas batuhan.
Wala, nakaka-aura talaga yan. Vibe pa oh, tapos yun.
Arm smile.
Stylos.
Kaya naman natin ito panalo.
Ting, ting, tiriring, ting, diririring, ting, tiring, tiriring.
Tapos hindi niya makukuha ulti ko. Taka. Slow mo.
Ram is on the job.
Rom is on the job.
Nakuha, pag nabuo itong Jackson, saka ng punat ko na.
No time for worrying.
An ally has been slain.
The fuck? Repeat talaga tayo, pre. Sayang, nabuhay pa yun. Ang ina.
I have TP. I have TP. May swords. Hindi naman itong bobong naglapag doon. Ay, nang papatay ang puta. Mga BAG talaga, tama. Reset ka ba? Reset ka ba?
Tayong dalawa. Yan o.
What? Yeah. I don't think they're on it right now. Grom is here. Why has he not warded
What's around next
the
corner?
pit yet? Yan na nga. Sorry, man. Ooch.
Ally has been slain.
Is so dumb.
You are safe.
Patay din yung putang ina. Patay din.
I'm trying to protect the Ash, pero ang dami nilang nag-engage. He is so bad.
Inhibitor has been destroyed.
Oh my god, why do you keep on saying that, Raymond? Every freaking time I say your name. Like, oh my god, you still remember my name, huh? Yeah. Every time.
Has been destroyed.
The fight healed!
Defeat.
Yung mga bubu. Okay na kayo. Tapos nung Rizal, papatay ng papatay ang puta imbis na makatulong yung ulti
Yeah, and he never freaking gang. No, donut no. Cute naman ng donut na iyan.
Sasayang lang tayo ng kabubuan ng mga puta. Basta BAG, bobo eh.
Oh. Oh, near. Okay lang yan. Wala naman silang donut. Gusto mo ng donut na iyan. So pretty. Hmm?
Tayo
Wait,
sa
do we invite? Wait, let's try to invite.
pasok ng pasok ang puta feeling main character. Ano ka? Hindi na
Yeah, I
mapatay.
know, right? How about Priest? He's a VEG member. Of course, he's the main character.
Mga bobo eh. Umangat lang sa'yo, umangat lang ng konti. Kala mo, relax.
Cute naman ng donut niya. Iyan, nakakagigil. She's so cute. What's... May mid na kasi kami, Raymond.
Hindi na ako makapuntang Twitch nila eh. Sign out yung account ko.
Binan kita, charot. Are we friends on this account? I don't think so.
Hindi ko na mailagin
I
yung
think
account ko.
you're
Paano
not
ba yun?
here on
Ano?
my FL.
Tandaan mo lang kung ano yung ano mo doon. Tawag dito. Username. Password. Bibigyan ka ng code dun sa nakalink ng Gmail mo dun sa Twitch.
Kita mo ng baby na iyan. Nakakagigil.
Ay na kasi. Hindi ko na talaga matandaan yung password. Okay lang yun. This username does not exist. What the fuck?
Maybe your account's hacked. Na-hacker ka pa rin, na-hacker.
Papatugtog din ng ano.
Hacker! Gusto ko tuloy ng kon. Hindi naman kasi I can't eat inside the room because of my freaking cats. So annoying. Whenever there's food. Kala mo talaga parang 100 taon na hindi
Ayun na
pinakain.
pala. Alala ko na.
Ay, no. No IGN drop, so let's just wait, I guess. Ay,
Ay, may mga, sino yung papatugtog sa inyo ng QC Girl Spine?
not me. You see, girls, fine. Ako muna ng iba. Wait, makukuha na ko dyan. Turu 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 latest chica. Nasty girl.
Panic ka na. My dick.
Can somebody... Or ano ba? What's the right lyrics? Somebody gonna match my freak. Somebody gonna match my freak. Ay, eto talaga si Donut, hindi siya nasty. Kasi siyang good girl.
Papunta ka sa Bicol. Okay ng ano.
So cute. Fish, fish baby. So cute. Floppy. Lit-lit. Ang lit-lit niya kasi, purya-buyag. While his big brother is actually big talaga. Siya lang, yung build niya, pre, maliit talaga siya. She is so baby girl coded. Oh. Labo ko ng donut na iyan. Cute. Cute na. Slipoy is slipoy. Donut is slipoy. Pre.
May tatanong ko sa mo na lang.
Okay. Did you? Okay. Is somebody gonna match my freak? No, 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 Bern, no.
Okay. Akala ko. Ay,
Akala ko.
mali pala yun. Malabo. Alam.
Cute, cute.
Sorry
Ako
ka na.
kagigil. Oh, ang bait-bait talaga nito. Ang sweet nito. Si Kuan, si Donut. Hindi siya
Alam mo,
naiinis.
may pusa kayong pangalan burger.
Oh, Burger. He's a male cat. Kapatid ni Donut.
Yung ginaya dun sa street.
Masungit to, pre. Masungit. He doesn't like it when you touch him.
Alam mo yung meme na yun, yung pinapababa niya yung pusa niya.
Yun.
Sabi daw, patay na daw yung pusa niya.
Oy, it's just a joke, I think. They were
Ah.
just joking. Tapos, on the same stream man he said that, sinabi niya, kinain ko na si Burger, ganun.
Parang nagloloko lang siya.
Kinatay ko na siya.
Ah.
Titil ka ng donut na iyan. Si Burger kasi nagmana siya sa sa parent niya na lalaki. Si Tio kasi big bone siya, like literal na malaking kind of pusa. Kaya ang laki-laki niya tignan. Tapos si Donut nagmana sa nanay nila. Ang liit. Kakagigil! Your paws are so cute. So cute. It's so small. It's so small. So small. Tapos pag pinaggigigilan ko siya, hindi siya naiinis. Hello Carlo. Si Burger, pag ginaano mo lang konti, dinidikitan, ganun na, iinis na siya, ang sungit niya. Parang anytime kakalmutin ka niya, ganun.
Kung sa amin yun, natutulog, ginulat ko yung pusa na hinabol ako eh.
We played one game pa lang and we lost, but it's fine. Right now, we can really invite 2 more unless the 3 people who asked earlier are still around. We can, naman. Yo, we're playing ranks. Kakahigil! Ang cute-cute! Bait-bait naman ang bibinig yun. Bait-bait. I want ice cream. I can't wait to buy ice cream. I'm gonna buy ice cream. Wednesday pa pala. Ang layo. Ang tagal pa. It's still Thursday. Nashte. Somebody gotta match mga freaks. How do I turn off? Are there any iPhone users in chat? How do I turn off the damn notifications on my lock screen? I don't want it on my lock screen. I tried. I thought it worked, but it didn't. Like, di ba you access it from Face ID and passcode? Why can't why do I still see the notifications? I don't get it. How do I turn it off? App? No, I don't mean to turn off app notifications. Just, I don't want it to display when my phone is locked. I don't want to see any notifications on my lock screen. What if I disable all of this? Wait. Boosh. Oh, see? I still see the damn notifications. It's annoying. Para ano ba, clean? Diba nga? Fly with message. Home control. And click yung lock screen notification center and banners. Okay, wait, let me check. Lock screen. Lock screen. What if never? Tapos, settings, scroll down sa app and click. Ah! So I have to do it one by one? Damn.
One.
Wait, let me check. Per app? Damn. Ano ba yan? Sige. I see it na, but to do it every ano sasabihin mo? Parang magsigaw-sigaw na. I took my nephew's iPad kasi nababaliw siya kanina. Kasi he keeps on yelling out of frustration kasi hindi nag-click daw yung screen. Kasi may crack or something sa iPad, and then like syempre sa may part sa iPad na parang hard to click. Pero sino lang din kasalanan bakit may crack sa iPad? Siya, kasi naiinip siya pag naiinis siya sa laro niya or whatever. Pinapakpak niya yung iPad niya. Oh, so why is he mad over something that is his fault lang din, na I took his freaking iPad. Tama na yan kaibangan mo, ha. Akin na yan.
Gonna go. Ano bang maganda?
So, during this lunch break, he was mad at me. Like, he keep on giving me looks na, naiinis siya. I don't know the Tagalog term for that. Yung parang yung galit na tingin ba?
Yamot!
Yamot siya sa akin eh. Deserve. Sila sabi ko. Hindi mo deserve bilan ng mama mo ng bagong tablet. Ha? Kasi ganyan ka. Somebody gonna match my freak?
Somebody gonna match my cock.
Nasty, nasty. Display order. Discuss. Short name. First name. For nicknames. Oh, you're my ADC this game?
Parang napit na ano.
It's fine.
Paano bahala sa akin? Kasi ako yung kakanta na lang, is somebody gonna match my cock? Oh.
Ay, alam, pangit, hindi tayo bagay. Hindi tayo matchy, pre, kasi
Mag-i-stack
smolder
na ako, boy.
ka. Kaya nga, I have to... Sino ba support nito? Poppy? Ari.
Papi? Papi na.
Somebody gonna match my freak? Wait.
If you put it on... Oy, BA pre.
Wait. Ay, ito pala. minutes. What's
Aggy
up? Hello. Hello. VA? What does VA mean? Virtual assistant. Char. What is this? Somebody gonna match my freak.
Buddy gonna match my cock.
Nasty. How's the games? This is our second game. We lost our first one, but it's fine.
Welcome to Summoner's
A normal day on the Rift, chat. Losing your first game.
30 seconds until minions
Kabalbugan na dun,
spawn.
oh.
Boosh. Lee Sang Sog. Ay, Lee Mang Su.
Ang sad.
Huh? Kiri Sugu. Wolfie. Grabe naman. Wolfie!
Minions have spawned.
That reminds me of, the Wolf of Wall Street. Because his nickname to the other girls that he had is Wolfie. It reminded me of the scene where he was laying down on his back. Tapos tinutuluan siya ng babae. Tapos sabi niya, call me Wolfie.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
The Noxian invasion should be a wake-up call.
Heard
They
yata,
need
pre.
more elaborate productions.
I know your spirit, but I must stop your heart. My spirit is unquenchable. No idea. Diana,
Yan.
Diba? Let her engage. I don't have shield ha. I have W. Because I wanna get freaky. She flashed in.
We got a level 2 gank here.
Yeah, Talia bot side.
we have learned as much as we have suffered.
Weird. That was awkward. See, like, so awkward, so try hard. Kill her. Kill her.
Piti mo lang.
Get
ah.
away, get away, get away, get away, get away.
Hey, oh,
Nice.
somebody gonna match my dick.
Somebody gonna...
Tryhard. Masyado kang...
I know, right? Like, makikita mo talagang tryhard siya. It's not smooth, you know? The thingy that she did. It's not smooth. You know that he's trying so hard. Is he trying to impress Walter Fitzroy Jr.?
Never fear change.
Yung idea ng Jin. I think he's really trying to impress Walter Fitzroy Jr. You know what I mean? Or maybe it's Yurei. You know? Maybe it's Yurei. Maybe she's trying to impress Yurei. Somebody get him out small, please. Somebody. Oh shit. Why are you pinging me? There are fucking 3 people in there.
Ally has been slain.
Try hard ka. Putang ina mo. Ano?
Never falter,
Eh,
as I only change my
wala. Putang ina mo. No. No. She has ignite again. Oh my gosh. No one.
pardon mine.
How is she fucking 4 and 1? Except for the what? Sige, good luck.
My
Good luck,
spirit
Nat.
is unquenchable fire.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Thank you for the follow.
Sa Elisad here. We have learned as much as we have suffered.
No puppy, no puppy. She's always with the fucking Talia. To try her, tulak lang ng tulak. Hindi naman nauuntog yung tinutulak niya eh.
Never falter.
Oh, Talia Sira again. The fuck?
Lang.
Wait. We're gonna take ano. DR.
Never fear
No
change.
mid.
Lathrian only.
And they're gonna gank bot again. Ay, pauwi pa lang.
All make our choice.
From work?
Focus.
I mean, wala namang school ngayon, di ba? Bakasyon. He's gonna die. Everyone's there.
Limot na yun.
Never again.
Yeah.
will I sit idle.
He's taking his drugs. I
An
know.
enemy has been slain.
Somebody gonna match my free. Yes, that's good. Palagan mo nga, pre. Palagan mo nga. Palangawad mo. Wala siyang mana, pre. Talaga siyang mana, pre. Nice. Good job.
Tugahan. Stage Jin.
Talia is here.
Nasa top
Walter
yung top.
Fitzroy Jr.
An enemy has been slain.
Pre, ingat ka dyan, pre. Mag-isa ka lang dyan talaga, pre.
Somebody gonna match my dick. Lipad lang ako dyan.
Somebody.
Oh, need somebody.
Challenge.
Precious little donut. So cute.
Pilit. P-damage to. Sa gitna lang.
Talia is bot again. He's gonna get sandwiched. They're all over.
My spirit is unquenchable fire.
Ay, Swampy, patayan.
Fucking cunt! You did fucking invade on my meat! Ha? You bitch! Masyado kang overwhelmed eh, ha? Feeling ka, ha? Feeling.
Kiloma.
Feeling eh. Kanina pa yan eh. Kakaurat eh.
Ano yung papi? Ano po sa papi?
Di pa talaga nag-recall tong si Ugag, ha?
Never falter. Never fear change.
What are you pinging for? You're so low. What do you want me to do? The heck? I mean, I'm not pissed, chat. Clearly. Clearly.
Tatakot ako sa'yo,
Sige,
boy.
yan, pre. Sige, pre. Har. Palong-palo eh, no? Oh. Sige, untog mo ako. Hindi ka makakauntog, boy. Hindi ka makakauntog kasi isa kang untog. Untog my nuts! Pre, I got you! I got you! Get out of there!
Tingnan mo.
Let's
shut
go!
down.
You try hard puppy, ha? You're not good, ha? Ha?
Dapat
We're better, ha? We're better,
You're-
pre. Ano ka ba?
I've seen two paths and made another.
Kakairita eh, ha? Untog siya ng untog. Bunggo siya ng bunggo, pre. Hindi naman nakakauntog, ha? Ah, so annoying, ha? Ha? So try hard, ha? So try hard, ha? Oh, oh. Ingat, pre. Baka mauntog ka, pre. Yan na nga.
As I only
I'm on my way. I'm still too far.
Karoon ako.
Gigi. You guys been done. Why did she ult Papi? Why Papi? Nice one, Pre. I'm here. I'm here. One more auto. Hello. Hello. I'm here, Pre. I'm here. I got you. Ito, Pre. Isa.
Kaunan.
Yan, Pre. Ignited yan, Pre. Pre. Halika dito. Putangin na mo.
Oh my God, I'm just- Basta dragon. Ang menu, ha? Bro. My big dragon, bro.
my spirit is unquenchable.
You try hard, ha?
Ha?
Kakaurat kayo, ha? Kulit nyo, ha? Kulit, ha? Kulit.
Never falter. Challenge what you know.
He stop again. What is this puppy doing?
Pinapasikatan niyo.
Oh, napapasikat siya sa ari, pre.
Ano, ang praying yung nagko-command.
Hindi na naglilin. I'm here. Oh. Kita mo yun? Flash in? Oh my God, soup gap. I had no W yet. It was CD. Someone's here. Why is Zed late? I don't get it.
Gagaguhin ko na tong ADC niya, pre.
Eh, pre, mag-isa lang yan eh. Hindi na napakali sa kon eh. Sa lane eh, ha? Ito ding Z natin, pre, palong-palo. Ewan ko ano nangyari. Why is he so mad? Why is he mouthing over their Ari? What's wrong with him? No, Az.
Heart and
How are you? Bilisan mo. Ang tagal mo.
Kung kagampang tayo, possible nag-aantay yung Talia.
Okay, I'm here. I can help.
all make choices.
Talia pot.
Yep, dito. Sound.
I have seen two paths and made another between them. Die and fear the deep.
Tali mo, pre.
Bobo. Patay. Sige. Sige, pre. Di marunong yung papi. Di marunong. Tanga. Inutil. Sige. Tama ka na, usagi! She flashed, I think.
Never again.
Ay, ayan na nga. Nakapaguntog na nga siya, pre. Patayin mo nga yan, pre.
Ay,
Ay, wag na, pre. Hakisan ka ng coin dyan, pre. Coin. Ano bang, what's the Tagalog for coin?
Akal.
Barya.
The answer lies within.
Yan ang power ni to, hindi maalam Tagalog ng...
Saka palang nakauntog yun. Parang baliw.
As
Oh,
a
she's really low, oh.
Pero
Looks
nagpako.
yummy, oh. Looks yummy, oh.
Kaya niya, pre. Wala naman damage
Yummy,
yung
oh.
talian nila, pre.
Yummy, oh. Oh. You diwarding my precious control word. Huh?
act with conviction.
Poppy recalled, by the way.
An ally
He's
has
dead
been
again.
slain.
What a fucking dumb. Oh, ito pre. Oh, you
There
missed.
is wisdom in war.
Hindi ka ba rumirespeto sa dragon?
Oh. Pre nga pre, Poppy is on his way.
An enemy has been slain.
Dragon?
Ito pre. Oh, ito, ayaw umuwi, oh. Oh. Ayaw umuwi, pre. Pre. Ito pre. Hindi ito matama charm nito, eh. Ganun. Poppy's gonna be topside, I think. So, I'm gonna go here.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Yung tang ina, easy.
Toop, gap. Easy.
Victory!
A? B, yan po.
Let's go! Chimu!
Tawag akong pagagamitin ng dragon. Sinasabi ko, ay, na. Kaya ako na. Oh.
Omsim, pre. Omsim. Wait, my client is
Wala
lagging.
na, klapa. Grabe naman.
Huh? Why? What happened? Did someone AFK ba? I think it was their top lane. I don't know.
Dami nalala. Dirt.
Kaya nga, parang tanga eh. Kita niyo yun? Ito yun.
Dive. Tang na, dinive tayo. Tang naka full sums talaga.
Ano gawa nito? Baliw.
Oh, GM things daw yung pre. GM yung on. Ay, siguro tong BA kaya to, pre. Ay, no.
Ha?
Oo.
Grandmaster! Ganun yung galawan na yan!
Yung gin niya.
Di man lang makauntog-untog. Ano? Ah. Oh my god, what a shame. Are you boosted or something?
Tinalo ko lang ng emerald. Oh my god,
Plus,
bro.
Jax is, what do you call this? 0-4. I think he quit. I don't know. He was tilted. Maybe. Ay, wait. I can buy ano ng chroma, I think.
Wala na.
Wala na? No! Oh my god, oh my god, too late, yawa!
Oh my
Ang tagal ko kasi naka-earn ng champion shard. I wanted to buy one Xerath chroma. Oh. Sayang. Easy. Sad. So sad. Right when I had the blue essence for it.
Ano, Jay, kapag mga ganong ADC ba, mga Jin, mga walang panakas, di ba hindi
Ay, kaya pala hindi ko naririnig si Jay. Oh my god.
iniiwan yon?
Pag loose lane talaga ba iniiwan na?
Pre, hindi naman dapat iniwan niya yung yung Jin. Hindi pa naman loose lane yun kanina. Talagang ayaw nila talaga pumunta sa bot. Para siyang
Dapat
tanga.
top. Wala naman silang winning lane, boy. Panalo yung
Bakit
top
siya
sa-
pumupunta sa top? Eh, talo na nga. Pinapatalo niya lalo yung top eh.
So yung ADC,
Parang
which is hindi
tanga
naman-
eh.
Actually, lamang naman talaga si Jin sa smolder kung kaya nilang makas. Early, kasi mas masakit damage ni Jin sa early.
Pre, karni.
Pre, si Bal yung kalaban niya, pre. Wala sa kwan yun, pre.
Kaso, pangit ng support niya pa ako. Kinakanta niya yung Smolder. Hindi kasi nakakalipat si Smolder pag may second skill ni Papi. Hindi siya makakatakas dun sa bit.
Mas mo lang, gamit ang aking 100% IQ.
Oh, tama, pre. Tama.
Pero yun, pre, hindi ako nag-ADC. Pati putang, hindi naman ako ganun.
All instincts. Ay, parang kwanto ah. I don't know what to use this game.
Pangalan ng top natin, bro, testicles.
Anong testicles? Oh no, bye. Pre, sad. I really wanted to buy a chroma for this skin. But yeah. Pero wala lang pink. Purple lang siya. Para naman sana may iba. I only have one skin ng Xerath. No, he's supposed to be last pick talaga. Pre, stop.
Kapal.
Para mag-hits. Nasty girl. Ay, dapat pala kumuha muna ako ng spaghetti.
Ilalagay ba kayo naman? Meatballs sa spaghetti.
Ano, pre?
Naglalagay kayo meatballs sa spaghetti.
Hindi, but I've tried. Sarap. Ang shrimp! That reminds me of the movie. Maybe I should watch that again. Ano nga yung title na yun? It's a little long. Basta may with meatballs ang title.
With meatballs. Cloud green.
Something like that.
Ano pre? Botol. Ay, hindi pre.
Puputol-putol talaga mic mo, Val. Para kang inaano pa. Visit.
Ganda yun yung one into nun.
Oh no. Tristana. Oh, maganda yun. Ang tagal na nun. Tagal na nun. Oh my gosh.
Valentino Galaxy pala.
Wait, hindi ko talaga I don't understand the puppy last game. What was he trying to do? I really think he was trying. I really think. Hindi. Kasi kahit low elo, hindi naman gagawin yung ganun nakatangan. Okay, Val versus Valentino?
Langin mga 4 pants.
Kasi alam mo, kung GM shit yun, kung GM tactic yun, edi sana gumana. Ha?
Gumagana lang yun sa GM, pre.
Ha?
Yung mga bagay na gumagana lang sa GM.
Para siyang tanga. Hindi, pre. Magpapa-impress talaga yun, pre. Flex to eh. Kaya mali mo 5 man yung kanina. Diba? Magpapasikat yun, pre. Ano ka ba?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
30 seconds to
No need daw pala siya, pasikat.
Uy, na. Pre, kung kita niyo lang yung keyboard ko, pre, hindi mo malalaman kung alin yung AWSD. Ha? Nabura na yung kwan. Yung sa keyboard ko, pre.
Minions have spawned.
Plus, I have the wrong runes! Oh my god! Ah. Kakachika ko to eh.
Kasi nga pag hindi ka GM,
Okay lang.
naka-iri ka lang, pre.
Okay lang na hindi GM, basta hindi boosted.
Dami ko matatamaan dyan.
Diba? Nag-GM ka nga, hindi naman ikaw nagpangat. So, hindi ka talaga GM. Diba?
GM yung rank. Silver yung alalawan.
Kaya nga.
Si Turk.
Sa kabang PXL. Grand Memorial. Si Meme pala to eh, Meme. Meme! 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 Meme!
Ay putang ina mo! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Wait, what is going on? Meme!
Yeah, boy.
Is it me you're looking for?
Never falter.
Do-do-do-do-do-do. Where's their jungler topside, no?
Oh, oh.
Oh. Mama.
Pababa na, pababa na.
Diana, kirig-girig. Si Diana daw, ni Kirig daw, pre.
Never falter.
Tangina mo, pasikat ka. Oh shit, wala akong flash, pre. Sa totoo lang, pre. Okay lang, worth naman. I took his sums. Yeah! Patay pa si Jin dyan. Totoo lang. He could have killed her if he had flash, but he wasted it with Ziggs who got freaking locked in by a turret already. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Dapat pag ganun, dose na lang ginagamit. Lalo na ako mag-chase.
Ewan ko sa kanya, pre. Bakit hindi siya nag-ghost, pre?
Sobrang essential ng flash
Kaya
game.
hindi nag-ghost, pre. Ay, milagro. Nag-silos, ah. Shh. Standby lang naman ako dito, pre.
Kung nagiging robot ka na, pre.
Yung robot.
Yan.
Tibal.
Init balls.
Pre, it's freezing. Am I supposed to do? Karma is not here, by the way.
Ally has been slain.
La 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 la.
Wala.
Karma's not here, ah. No karma. No karma. No. Satchel out siya, pre. Satchel out, pre. No flash Ziggs.
Diyan yung boy.
Okay, bye. Bot side. Eh. Never falter. Siya ba yan? What's the Tagalog for falter? I forgot. Wag masindak. Oh.
Ang lalim.
Ay, hindi ba tama? I think it's not right. Pero similar to that. Pre. Pre. Cooking.
Never fall.
Nice. Okay, I'm out. I have no mana. No flash karma, no yell. Yep. Oosh. Three. Perfection. Grand Meme? Meme, is that you, Meme? I think you can sidestep that.
An ally has been
Oh,
slain.
near. Necron LRD is 03. What is going on?
Bakit nilulugi ng body?
I don't know, might.
Tama kaya ako dito.
Sinasabi nila, nga na pre, scripter tong Xerath to. Ah.
Utang ina.
Oh, tingnan mo, tumatama pa rin, nagsisidestep siya. Oh my god, pre. Support nga natin tong Xerath, pre.
Pag ang volleyball.
Ay, sina-chill out niya ako, pre. Oh my god. I have no flash kasi. But my Jillian will leave. It's fine. Satchel out. Oh shit. She's gonna interrupt. She's gonna... Alo! Uy, nag-satchel out siya, pre.
Oh, God. Wala na akong mana.
Oh my god. Putang ina, patay pa talaga ako. Wala, city.
Ah, ano nun? Eh, sige.
Shit.
Nabababa lang ako.
Enemy killing spree.
Putang ina, tsamba yun ah. Worth it. Si Dinkelberg. Dinkelberg.
Ano ba? Bakit maging lugito man tong dagger sa ball?
I don't know, bro. Thank you for the follow, Amber.
Three. Now that is what I want to see.
He's 4-1? Are you kidding me?
The face of ink as I
Sikat, pre. Umaangas na siya, pre. Porket naka-item siya, pre. Ang inang sakit. Patay ako, gago. Alam niya yung damage niya. Sa satchel na naman to. Our Jin has no mana. He has no mana.
Never fall. Never fall.
Ang ino. Hindi pa talaga namatay.
Never fall.
Has been slain.
I-flash na! Putangin na!
Pa.
Mabot pa yung Q niya. Q ba yan? I don't play Ziggs. What the fuck? No flash, no flash. Oh no, he's 0-5. Allah. Oh, Darius is gone mad. He's gone mad.
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
He's gonna ult. He's gonna ult. You're gonna stay. Diba?
Shut down. An enemy is unstoppable.
Putang ina. Bigay mo na yan.
Never falter.
He warded your red. The karma. Karma. What? Oh.
Ano dapat?
The Jin doesn't wanna give it. God, will control me. Pre, masakit talaga yung Ziggs, pre. Ingat na lang.
Slain.
I think so. They've been there first eh. Wala talaga akong standa, totoo lang. Triforce. Sheesh. Looks like it's not our day today, boys. We got a Triforce Darius.
Oh,
Wow, 1,000. Yummy.
Ano to guys? Balo angle to.
Nah, I can't follow.
Balo angle na to, pre.
Kayo na lang.
Ang pag-asa sa
I'm gonna ST.
Is legendary.
Okay na kina mo mag-ulti ka. Patamaan yung hayop ka. Sinasabi ko sa'yo.
Oh no. Di pa tumama yan?
So yan. Ewan mo na lang.
Tay pa talaga ako dito, pre. Wow! I got another 1,000! Ah. Nako po! Pre, sa totoo lang,
Shut down.
Try 4-star. Yes. Ano ba dapat build niya, pre? I don't play Darius Mind.
Stridebreaker. Stride. Black lever. Hey, hello?
Hey. Grabe. Walang flash yan. Nice. Yummy! That was yummy?
lagi lang akong di nakakapatay ang mina ng damage kung puta.
It's okay. Pincha na. Pincha na. Take this.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Oh my gosh, ba itong Darius kasi, palag siya ng palag. Pwede naman kasing, you know, mag-CS muna. Is CS not in your vocab or something? Like, sige pre, palag mo lang. Silas ka. Siyang ult. Oh shit.
Oh my god, may nagsal... Nagsalasal na din sa tabi ko.
Yeah, I saw. Karma was there.
Yeah. Panalo na to guys.
Why? Why, pre?
Panalo na to.
Talo or panalo? lang, pre.
Mamamay ko mo gago. Bata ka pa po.
They're taking VRs, I think. Would have dealt more damage if I had the
Yun yung
correct
bobo sa
runes.
sarili niya.
Ha? Ha ha ha. By flesh. Why is Xerath saying that? Will of Man? I mean green.
Ge.
Siyang gege.
Siyang ge. Okay, steal mo na lang.
Bobo talaga. Wala akong panty. Ult. Sa satchel siya pre. Sa satchelin siya. Or satchel out. Sayang pre, I wanted to help but
Sal, salasal.
yo, what's up Jamal? Pre. Ouch. Nice, good job. Satchel out. Yung Tristana pala yung satchel in sa akin, brain yung Ziggs. What's the difference ba with Blackfire Torch and Leandris? Like, oh no. Masatchel ka, pre. I don't have ult, pre.
Bobo kasi may itong dak.
Oh shit, may volley. Ang short pa talaga. He will flash in. He will flash in. Careful. Wala silang gamit. Ah,
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Enemy double kill.
uy. Get out of there.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Parang tanga nga eh. Kita mo yun? Sayaw Kikay! Sayaw Kikay!
Defeat.
Ang
Nice tribute. Lul.
Bobo.
It's
Talaga.
a sign, pre. But I shall not abandon my post. I will stay.
Oh, maabot ng emerald ng tanga.
And you shan't.
Dagdag pa kasi ng...
Sino pa hindi pa na-honor?
Sa M, mas matino po yung mga player sa plat.
Ewan ko din, pre. Maybe he got really tilted. Sa first blood siya, di ba?
Tanga talaga sila, pre.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay lang yan, wala naman silang donut. Kit-kit din ng donut. Kuha muna ako ng... I'm gonna grab some spaghetti. Let's go get some spaghetti.
Gusto ko nila magbalo.
Pwede naman tayong balo mamaya. Kabalo. Butin. Yung race. May nakita ng may pumik na sentinel, pipik pa rin ng packing shot na sniper. Hindi ka pa nakatang.
Agad ko yung kay Piwi lahat eh. Mga bulbul ang bulo. Ano dami sa tripos?
We find match? Did we find people who's gonna match our freak?
Si Miss Steen.
Okay,
Ah?
yan mo yan, pre.
Ha?
5 minutes na yan.
Ay, okay. Somebody gonna match my freak?
If ikaw na lang mag-BJ, mag-live lang ka.
Pwede naman.
O, diba? Hindi ako makakain kasi buong lahat ng mga pusa pumupunta sa computer. Galing, diba? Galing. No, this is my food. You already had lunch. My food. Oh,
O bakit ini-start pa eh?
bakit?
Kasi masali ko eh.
Ay, sige, sige. Pinang break. Dalawa? Dalawa sila?
Alam.
Ba't kayo pre-invite? 5 na yan. No, this is my food. Bawal kayo dito kasi may condensed milk. You know what's condensed milk? Dairy. You're not allowed to eat dairy. Because you already, basa na nga yung kwan. Papaka... Wow!
Tanga pre.
Wala?
Start mo na. Kala siguro hindi na siya i-invite.
Ay. Ang tampo? Ang tampo ba, pre?
Kaya nakalam na nun. Mga pusa.
Yung tropa. Oh, run.
Ano
Pre, hindi ka talaga maintindihan, pre. Paputol-putol yung boss mo, pre.
Ano ba yan, pre? Random? Kako, baka tropa mo.
Random lang. Si Miss Christine.
Ay,
Wait mga pre.
Hindi, nagtampuhin, pre. Nagtampo-tampo, pre. Kala...
Barig. Ay.
Kala ko tropa mo.
Up.
Ano what's going on with your mic, Bal?
Hindi pa ako.
Up. Wait,
Ano ka na? Gusto, susubo ko pa yung mic eh. Hindi ba?
Parang tao lang pa. This shit's bussin'! Sarap ng spaghetti.
Paano masarap, pre? Ipakita mo sa expression mo, paano yung masarap?
Ganun. Tubi ba? Please lang. Tigilan mo na ako ba? Let me eat ba? No one shall pass.
Nagbibig pa ba tayo? Parang
Bakit?
nakalagay yung tao.
Miss Christine! Grabe ka lang, Miss Christine. Tampo agad yung Miss Christine, pre eh.
Sa kaluod.
Nililiyab daw siya, pre. I think that's what it means. I don't know what his idea means.
Ang ina mo, Olay!
Kahit ganun lang, pre. Napuputol pa rin. Para ka tuloy pumipiyok.
Yung ungol, di na puputol.
Kaya nga.
Kasi yun ang gusto nyong marinig, yun lang yun.
Tumuungol.
Kung nagsasalita, hindi siya
Pero problema na rin.
Boy,
Wait lang. Ikaw na nga mag-start ko. Okay.
Pero pag sa Discord, di naman nagpuputol-putol.
Kuha pa ako ng spaghetti. Refill! Go get some refill!
If I told you how you really feel, would you let me in?
Decorations. Tigil-tigilan mo ako. Toby. Ano pa bang isa dyan, pre?
Wala po. Wala po.
Sabihin mo, invite siya kung may kakilala siya. Nahihilo na talaga ako sa iyo, Juan. Toby. Sige, isa ka din.
Para pamalay.
Meatballs.
Ang hirap na maghanap sa ano.
Nakaw ka sa Bali PH. May
Maputol-putol na pre. Are you using earphones? Val? Baka pa sila na yung earphone mo. Sa akin nga din eh. Need na i-replace. Head shit. Maybe the mic is too far. That's why. I don't know. Yeah. I wanna invite, but I'm still eating. Sheesh. Rumble mean. You know what? That icon reminds me of Ron. Ng akali na yun. So, we're 1-1, no? Or 1-2. Pero dapat hindi mo tinype, baliw, sinabi mo tuloy sa kanya. Baliw. Tubi. Excuse me po. You?
Some Bito. Where's my Bito? Yes. Wait, no one's matching our free. Wait, 5 man na tayo. Tubig na, totoo lang, tubig lang to. Baba na. Except, meron akong biscuit. Alam namin, pre. Hilig pala kayo dun. But I thought, mas trip niyo yung kwan, hindi bulbulin. DM the world up. Let's go! Sabi mo, pre, gusto niya bang palitan mo yung oil niya? Sige. Sabihin mo, pre, sabihin mo, pre. Yak! Baliw ko talaga, pre. Hey, that's my water. Hello, fam. Okay. What? Grabe naman, 5-man support ban. So, maglululo siya. Mioyo. Nautilus. Somebody gotta match my freak. Patay tayo dyan. Xerath pala yan. Caitlyn. Hello, JT. Thank
Sige
you.
pa ako, pre.
I just
Natig na ako.
drank
Low.
water. Yeah.
Oo. Ay, okay.
Oh no. Bitch. Why do people keep on playing Vi? I'm good. What about you, JT? Merienda lang, ganun. Ew. Oh, your work I mean at work. I see, I see. Good luck, good luck. Ay, baliw. I forgot to change my secondary runes.
Uy, nice. Buti ano ka. Saan ka, Rhea? Napanood mo na yan, pre?
No. What is that? Anime? Death by Snoo Snoo! Let's go. It was alright, JT. Nothing much really happened. This morning, what did I do? Linis lang, ganun, nag-edit.
Eddie.
Yeah, I made a reel. And then... what else? Nag-stream. Yun lang. By Snoo Snoo. Alam mo ba yan, Bray? Death by Snoo Snoo. Kaya, JT. Mix lang ko lang. Spaghetti and biscuits.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
Game!
Game.
Napakabagang puwi ng ina eh. Ang sa lang po, pre, oh.
Kago, kala ko yung Carban.
No.
Buwang lip lang.
Ikaw na nga nagsabi na magliblang siya, baliw. Uy, bakit mo tinatrash talk, baliw?
Baka ma-hype.
Juan, vanilla. Vanilla, JT. Ay, gago na ping ko siya. Sorry tuloy, pre. Ikaw ba? Away mo naman siya, pre.
Sige, big.
Ulat ako sa'yo, baliw.
Ibigyan ko yan, boy. Sinal.
Ha?
Ibigyan ko yan.
Ah?
Bigyan namin yung costume.
Isa pa siyang nasty girl.
Nasty shit. Diba pag may pula sa ano ni Bex?
I have some choco chips. Hey, let's go. That's good. It will might. Pre, clear mo nga yan. Pre, pamahok ko yan. Nasty girl. Pre, mag-i-in talaga yan, pre. If I'm gonna hook one of them, we're still gonna go for you. Because you're nasty, girl. You're a nasty girl.
Shit, man.
Nice try.
Putang inang ano yan? Fear? Pala in-ignite ko, mapapatay ko pala. Hindi talaga ako sanay sa LeBlanc pag may ano, pang backpack. Kapa. Baka nalalakihan ako sa LeBlanc. Store,
Yeah.
50 pesos lang ng skin niya yung plane.
Yeah.
Mahuti.
Thank you. Thanks for dropping by.
An ally has been slain.
Oh. Were they not aggroed by the tower? Oh, boost na yung biscuits ko.
Kumain lang din ako ng biscuit eh.
Anong biscuit, pre?
Hansel.
Bingo yan sa akin.
Ano po ka? Na, solid top tier pre.
Yes! What? How did I die? Because of the damn fucking plant. You got this spray, you got this spray.
An
Ala,
ally has been slain.
nangyari dun?
Somebody gonna watch my freak.
I got it. What?
Ayun! Atok pa
An
siya.
ally has been slain.
Hindi siya nagkamali. Wala guys, tingin ko to guys para sa'yo.
Sige, pre. Free yan. Free. So free. So free!
Art.
Zay.
Arden! Yes, sa buhay na daw si Gojo. Totoo ba?
Ha?
Buhay na daw si
Boy. Lyra's not here. She's here now. She took Vice Blue.
Sana pala po yun.
Walang po, nag-walk up talaga. Patay na ako. Vice here? No. Where's the ignite coming from? What?
Burn ng red boy.
Bye, bot side.
Somebody gonna watch my freak.
Nasira pa.
Boom. Headshot.
Ang ina mo. Ang ina mo. Si style prince ka pa. This one?
Bro!
Well, hit pa siya sa akin eh. Ha? Hit-hitin mo to! Ah! Where's Vi?
Up.
Okay.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been
Nice.
slain.
Good job.
Hindi ba na ni Peter?
Ito pre. Walang flash yan eh. Flash yan. Echoes from the deep. As expected. Pre, wag. Full. Natin yan. Malapit na akong mag-freaky. Pre. Pre palang.
Ay po.
Ayaw, ay di pa nasalo yun. Taking.
Tara.
Ay, snoo. Walang flash yan. Nice. Well played.
Somebody. Chmad.
So freaky. 5x pre. No fun. No min. Kaya ba namin? May damage ba yung TF natin? Tatalawan ko. Sure, am I just gonna die?
Gago. Combo na lang ako lahat.
No ghost.
Killing spree.
Mali yung flash.
Ally has been slain.
TF pala yun ang flash. Nice try.
Blue card. Gago. Marilong match up.
Going somewhere? Oo, talaga. Alam nyo, when I was new in League, naiirita talaga ako sa boses ni Caitlyn. Wala, like, ang OA ng mga voice line niya. Na-annoying pa niya katapat.
Enemy rampage.
Ate, come good boy.
Wag, pre! Hala! Okay lang yan?
Enemy killing spree.
Di ba nakita yung bay? Okay lang yan? Patay mo naman siya. Confirm. I'm not blaming you.
Oh shit, the depression is coming.
Fresh is a joke, bro.
Agi ka? Dahil.
Somebody
Gonna match my dick.
To pre. Ito pre. Ino mo ah. Ang ina. Mabit ako, pre. Auto mo lang. Shit. Nice. Where's the Xerath? Ito, pre. Ready. Pre, push mo lang yan, pre. Dive natin to. May talon ka naman. Yun lang. Nahuli ka. Baliw ka. Patay ka pa. Gago ka.
They gonna watch map first.
Ang ina nito, alam mo naman, magaling eh.
Gamit ma-burst, pre. Kasi naka-halo plates. Dapat nag-PTA ka po. Para mas masakit yung plate. Kung pumatok yung di ba?
Patay ako. May ult pa yung Vex. J4 has no ult.
Ako, gago. Yun.
Ha?
Talo na mo.
Nice. Good job. Punta ako.
Tomorrow. Guys, pag nakuha ko to skin ah.
Nice, Jay. Sasabihin ko sana, oh.
Guys, wala to.
I think she already used her ignite.
An enemy has been slain.
Gaantay lang ako ng salita ng... Sige.
Tama ka na, ang dami mo lang ang skin.
Pili ka naman to sa mga tulad ko. Buka, pre.
Wala pre, ang layo. Cannot be reached. Out of coverage. Oh shit. Pre, 5-0 na talaga yan, pre. Tama na kayo.
Hindi sumuulan, guys. It's a sign.
It already rained here, but... Dive natin to, pre.
Batang
Mga may fix.
ido.
Batang emo, pre.
Wait.
Akin.
Talon.
Talon, pre. Talon. Layo niya, pre. Layo niya.
Hatak. Pusap.
Zero. Sabihin mo, masarap ka kasi. Kung may X-Flash lang sana ako, gago, wala kasi. Forgot to change it.
Gago may bayo.
Pre, may buy.
Eh. Wala, patay na talaga ako, pre.
I'm out.
Ulti yan.
Vice?
Jungle dip to.
Wait, ult. Baliw ka. Baliw ka.
Taris. Tinatalo kayo ni Kapitan Pre.
May Kapitan Dog.
Si Kapitan yan, Pre, oh.
2-7 ang puto. Siya ba yan? Yung favorite natin na... DC? It's not him, no?
Hindi siya. Alam niya alas saan tayo malulugi nito.
What?
Tanasos.
Yeah, I know.
Part niya lang, okay lang.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Pala nag-yasuo. Wait, combo.
Ilang flash yan?
Oo, hindi tumama yung third. Okay sa...
Pare, wala nang tumatapat sa Nasus.
Tanasos, pre. Bot.
Ba't tatapat yan? Ang sakit-sakit niya, pre.
Tara na, dito na tayo.
An
Yan,
ally
si
has
Jade,
been
may
slain.
pantakas naman yan.
Carded ba yun?
Pre, naka-free farm lang talaga siya, pre. Kanina pa to, pre.
Kaya ka. 435 pa lang yung stock. Atak.
Bakit niya, gago? Pre, huwag ka pa hampas dyan, pre.
Talon, plus tower.
Pre, magpa-flash in yan. Nasabi ko, pre. Wala ka bang talon? Alis ka na dyan! Ang baliw, baka nag-over ka pa!
Balik.
Dominating.
Dominating. Death by Sam.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Kahit natin, sabi ni Jay, kaya.
Hindi kala ko nakain ka na.
Bayi pa lang.
Your
Eh,
team
pinakain.
has destroyed a turret.
Ay.
Price.
Close the D.
Ako na dyan, boy. Nasa mo. Nanayang sayo ka na. Huntingin ko nga yan.
Oh, pre, you should.
Kanina pa yan eh. Ang sakit ng
Should
skill.
pray though.
An enemy has been slain.
DR. Start.
Bisa lang pala ako dito, gago.
Kawala to, pre.
Pre, sa totoo lang, pre. Utang en.
Putang ina. May kamay, may bulaklak, lahat na meron na.
An enemy has been slain.
Kawawa si Balgago. Pre, babalikan talaga tayo ng Nasus dito, pre. Kaya eh. May pantakas kayo ako wala.
Putang ina. Salon ni ano yung ulo.
Enemy triple kill.
Pre.
Hello, Corby. Now we're losing this game. Nasus is open. He's 10-0.
Kaya yan. Kahit.
Kawawa. Kayuan mo ako masamang spirito. Rob.
Wag.
Does he still have flash?
Wala na. Saka kaya na.
Okay. Na late game, that's Vex and Nasus and
Kaya,
Caitlyn.
Ang ina nung sayap. Nakakaputang inis.
Two.
Hindi pwede.
Taba-taba ko kasi. Mahuhuli ako kahit mag-side step ako. Tangina mo. Kulit ka.
Tunay ka na
Bago ka eh.
bumukulit ka pa.
Oh no. Nice.
Oh no!
Pre, mag-BR daw tayo, pre. Ayawa. Ayawa.
Pusti.
Wala, pre. Ayan. Pre, any prutas?
Sure kayo dyan, guys.
Ewan ko sa kanila, nag-call naman to si... Sir J4. Ay, yawa, yun lang. Ako talaga. Pumasok yung Nasus eh.
Tangin na po iba. Smile!
Pre! J4 had no ult.
Makapuntahin ko dyan.
Kiss me.
Pangit
Thank
ng
you
ult.
for the follow.
Feed, parang makapalit. Ayaw ko bang i-burst to? Itong...
Bex? Kaya, pag di ka naman. Taka.
Vice here with... My god, what are we supposed to do with that guy? Baka lumapit. Just, you know, CS. Don't get too close. Wither. Cancel niya yung yellow card niya, pre. You guys think that you wanna go in, but... Left to die. Pre. Wiu, 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 wiu. Wiu, 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 wiu. Wiu, 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 wiu.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Nice. Oh shit, he's ending the game.
Has been destroyed.
Epekto ko, pre. Epekto ko.
Pre, sa totoo lang. Kaya lang kita.
Kalapit na ako.
Pre, para kayong walang damage. Oh shit. Pre, you need to shut down that Nasus. Oh, okay. Yung tiyop natin, nangingiliti lang eh.
Konti pa, pre. Pagbukutan. Ayos, pre.
Who got the shutdown gold? Who got the shutdown gold? Alam lang, okay.
Tawa ko. Puta ka na pa, kung hindi ako siya tawag ng level 1 ng puta. Walang damage. Gago.
Nabagal din yung attack speed ko pag...
Ano ba yun? Nakano siya boy? Ozen na.
Yung boses naman ni Val, nerf eh.
Na-nerf yung bosses naman.
Tapos, hindi matay minis. Paputol-putol. Pre, may sums talaga yan. You wanna fight her?
Ay, yung ano lang unahin natin, yung Xerath.
Hindi. Nahin natin yung...
Sayang ka unahin niyo boy.
Hindi ko naman makukuhaan
Kasi
yan.
mas masayang itong sayang kayo.
Flash. Okay,
Hindi,
ulti mo,
wala
ulti mo.
kong kuhaan.
Pre, ulti mo yung Xerath.
Tangina mo. Nag-flash ka pa, gago ka. Butil. Tanga. Pre, may snow, pre. Ako lang dito.
Diyan yung tapos.
Ala! Uy, para kayo nangingiliti. Sa totoo lang. Yung Tori lang yung nagda-damage. Help!
Turn around!
Ally has been slain.
Hello? May yes no flash. Yes no flash.
Tagal naman. Papatindi ako dito.
Pre, bumalik lang buhay niya. Putang ina. Yung kiniliti niyo, wala na. Gago. Yan ka lang muna. Uy, pre. Alis ka dyan. Patay. How is his HP just coming back? What the fuck?
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Ang na, literal yung buhat ng kampi mo.
Oo, bobo naman sana yung kun eh.
Bobo naman yung mga kalaban sa... Ang sinasi nito nila, tanga din.
Dali lang ng ano eh, nasa si... Pre, sa totoo lang, hindi ko talaga mauhook yan, pre. Pre. Oh, bobo! Nice no snow!
End.
Intabol ba? Baliw.
BR, nagbe-BR guys.
He can solo that. Wala siyang PR. Pre, push mo na yan.
Pre, lang ang dragon ko, pre.
Little pututoy lang yung dalawa.
Input. Uy, alis ka na dyan. Ay, nandun siya. He tipping.
An ally has been slain.
Little pututoy lang yun, pre.
Kay? Parang wala pa rin naman. Yung damage si Tristana kay Kwan ba? Yawa, is trying to end pray. Is trying to end pray. Is trying to end pray. Pre! Pre, kailangan ko siyang i-hook sa... Hindi ko siya ma-hook sa wheel. Gago!
Has been slain. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Hindi ko siya malapit.
A summoner has disconnected. A summoner has disconnected.
412, anong bot di? Putang ina mo, 412 ka, wag kang magsalita.
Turn around.
Kasi kitang anchor eh.
Pasing kita ng
Oh,
angkla eh, ha?
Kasi kita ng dildo eh. Tang inang nasus.
Ang baba ng minus.
Nasus lang talaga nagpahirap dun.
Yeah. Sad. Wait, my client's lagging.
Turn around. So sad.
Tatawa ka niyang ibalabutin.
Hoy, report natin yung Caitlyn, pre, inting. Report. Basta talaga mga Korean yung kuan. Matik bobo yan pag Korean yung AGN. Kahit hindi naman Korean. Japanese, Chinese, kahit hindi naman Chinese or Japanese. Feeling. Naka-Google Translate lang yung IGN,
Ayaw na ata ni Incendiary.
Huy! Sure siya diha. I don't.
Ayaw na ata niya, pre.
Sabihin mo, ayaw na din natin sa kanya.
Bobo naman siya. Oh, biglang gana. Umayaw lang. Umayaw lang eh.
O hindi, he was
Hindi,
okay.
Okay lang naman. Okay lang.
Hindi, bobo talaga siya.
Basta.
Baliw! Hindi, he was okay naman. He did his part.
Dapat si Leilan yung nag-mid eh.
Wow! Putang ina, anong gagawin ko dyan?
Pakita mo sila ng akali mo, pre.
Yoks!
Hindi talaga, I don't lane because...
Maghanap ka na lang ng pre, mid laner para net by snows.
Sentinel.
Hindi talaga pwede sa akin.
Naumay ako
Lane.
Flex.
Kung may mag-what?
Naumay ako mag
Jungle, pre.
What's null sa ano ba?
ADC yan, boy.
Okay, GG or top? Mid or GG?
Ayaw na niya, kick na natin siya.
Ay. Ano ba talaga? Let my snooze mo. Pre, you can con naman. You can mage naman if you...
Yan, tutuwa rin naman ako Pero
Oh,
kung
yun,
hindi
oh.
mag-ADC ako.
Si Marvin do, Marvin.
Marvin Gaye.
It's Marvin Gaye. Sige. Hindi. Bakit?
That's
Have you
Marvin.
played with him? It's Marvin Gaye and Gaye on.
Bobo yan, pre.
You played with this guy before?
Oo.
I'm sure.
Hmm.
It's Marvin Gaye, getting on. Do 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 do. Wait. Let me copy IGN. Hello, patatas. What's up, patatas? What are you doing? Let's check op.gg. Do, 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 do. Profile.
Invite mo na, pre.
Pre, wala akong invite. Sabi mo ayaw mo. Invite mo akong...
Invite mo na. Tangin ng content creator daw yan, oh. Trashayin ko yan, tingnan mo pag bobo.
Baliw ka talaga. Si Arya daw, oh. Arya.
Bakit? Yung Moonstone, parang nawala. Biling ko yun. Pinakita ko sa ano.
I'm good. What about you, patatas?
Tingnan mo sa GC, pre. May sinend ako nung screenshot ng Moonstone. Yun ba yan? Sige, sige. Hindi pa naman ako, ano,
Wow! Sarap.
Nagago babae ata yun, boy.
Bakit? Bakit?
Bea pangalan.
Ni Arya.
Oo.
Sheesh!
Ayun, lalasan ng si Bal.
Are you gonna be the Bea to my John?
Lalasan to si Bal, guys. Nasa League Boys po yung
Stop.
homes.
Wow. Saka yung mag-i-invite. MF. Nami Rakan. What is the support gonna pick if?
Tank.
Okay.
Pwede din Pike. Pwede din yung Kyle.
Can I Morgana or Xerath? Morgana na lang. Since you're playing Kate naman. Pre, may nag-join talaga kanina na wala.
Sinal yun, Sinal.
Ay. No, si Arya.
Yung nakakapag-
Arya,
si Arya.
stock of Winterfell.
Are you wet? Are you wet?
She's so pretty on this skin. Snow moon. Snail mean? A brand. Hello, Marvin! What's up? Welcome to the stream.
Ayoko nung skin na yun.
Na-full
Oo,
lang kami,
sabihin ko
Marvin.
lang.
Eh, may nauna. Du-du-du-du-du-du-du. Ba't to eh, kuhan? This one na lang. Do I glacial ba, pre?
Oo, boy.
Sige.
Hindi, tingnan mo muna kung may tank. Pag walang punik ng tank, mag-ano ka na lang, boy.
Na,
Punik.
yeah. Ooh, Master
Support
Yi, oh.
Support MF or Miss Fortune, yun lang yun.
Fiddle. Okay.
Ano lang yan, pwedeng brand support or Miss Fortune.
Carry lang.
Ganda na LeBlanc dito, boy, no? Sa Kaizen Legend.
But I don't like her in-game model. I don't know.
Boy Pounder, eh.
What?
Si Normani.
Pemgwe
Si
daw.
Normani nandito na, guys.
Normani.
Motivation.
Okay, okay. Normani.
Bal, alam mo bang mas maganda pa yung Nasty Girl sa motivation na Anto mo?
Hindi ko alam. Sabi mo, pre.
Tignan mo, pre. Panoorin mo, pre.
Normani. So, MF
Pakinggan mo,
likes
pre.
femboy
Motivation.
or
Baka sakaling
sea of
mag-boost yung
femboy.
energy mo, pre.
Shh. Siya ba iyan?
Siyempre, wala naman eh.
Motivation. Normani, boy.
Para
Ano mapakinggan?
YouTube.
para ma-motivate ka. Di ba nga? I-click dashi.
Mas mamamotivate ka dyan, pre.
Bakit sa akin wala? Alo, sino
They
nakakuha?
shall feel my pain and fear for their souls.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
Dito lay, dito lay.
Truth is a
Layo ko
dark
naman.
world.
Sige. I'll meet you halfway, charot.
Salubungin mo, pre.
Wala talaga, pre. Maybe they invaded as well. Yun, no?
Ito.
Nakita kaya tayo nun?
Nakita, nakita.
Tara. Bato kahit saan, pre.
To, pre. Fiddle.
Nice.
Nice!
Home, a place that never leaves you.
Maybe she really is a girl. She's using a pink chroma.
Bahay nga, boy.
I chose my shackles.
I do.
Ay, doon agad,
Whether
pre.
I change
Para
I
wala
do.
nang-
my ways,
Ay,
we are on.
talag naman.
Somebody gonna match my freak. Somebody gonna match my freak.
I know what my enemies feel. They are rushed against brave.
So where did Fiddle start? Upside?
We are the sum of our mistakes.
O ba, makulit ka ba? Spam ka lang ng spam ng second ba? I think I won't make battle.
Ally has been slain.
I will not forsake the land that shaped me, nor the mistakes.
Initiated. I really thought you were gonna sidestep.
Bot side feed just
Darkness with evil.
Okay.
Thirdan mo ako ah.
I'm dead.
Hindi na naman ang tulong, pre.
Or
These
not.
moral cycles begin anew.
I got exhausted for what? Beetle taking squad. I gotta match my free. Oh dear, you're gonna die here.
Lose sight.
Pre, bigyan ka ng skin, double kill. Pre, sinasabi ko lang, pre. Pre.
Wala lang kung tatapakan yung trap.
Pre.
Step the trap!
We shall see
Pre.
their lies.
Pre, manahimik ka, pre. Ayan.
Pre. Oh, ayaw niyo umuwi, oh, pre. Pre. Totoo lang, pre. Totoo lang. Pre, aren't you gonna follow or some shit? Hello? Pre, auto lang talaga yan, pre.
Pati ang dami ko
Oh,
dito.
shit.
Back into the
So, they didn't recall me. My bad.
Okay.
Oh, near. Nice touch.
Dito mama yung third ko.
An enemy has been slain.
Nice try.
Ally has been slain.
It's okay. Pinsan na.
betrayal never comes from your enemies.
Why can I ikuan na? Diba? Bakit hindi na ako pwede mag
My world
ward from here? Patsy! Sheesh! She a girl as well? Catsy?
An enemy has been slain.
Demacia forgotten.
An ally has been slain.
Ang sakit ng combo. Sayang.
Ano yun? What the hell was that? Pre, pakialis nga niya to, pre.
All life will be given.
Patay talaga yan, pre.
You have slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain.
Where's Fiddle?
Be felt.
I think he's bot side.
Huwag mo tanggalin. Ha? Yung backsheet niya. Second.
I have no mana.
My wings are heavy.
Okay na yan, pre.
As heavy as my heart.
Patay.
Ayaw niya eh.
Galit.
Bigil yarn. Takbo ka lang, pre. Huwag ka na mag-quad. Nice.
Ayun na si Jay. Kunti pa, pre. Hop, kukumbuin ka niyan.
Gilang.
Ayun na si Jay. Okay, let's go, Jay.
Double kill yan, pre. Free talaga yan, pre.
Na ano, na second skill.
Ay, gag.
Oh, stop. Fiddle was there.
Na third skill yung... Ay, na second skill na sa Miro yung combo.
Endured worse.
Ilang to.
God, we
Shield.
were
Only
not
those
able
you
to
love
kill the MF.
can break your heart.
Pero nag-ano yan, full Sams, wala yan.
An enemy
Yeah.
has been slain.
Once I felt the air above was sweet. But now I find it stifling.
May ult na siya. I don't have ult yet.
To walk barefoot in the soul. True grace.
Ako max W siya.
Lagyan mo kaya akong third free kapag ka
Darkness
nagag.
is everywhere.
Ooh, so free. Yeah, I'm gonna give you 30. You mean pag nagaganon siya? Wag ah. So sayang lang, gagamitin nila pag mag-i-in sila kung wala na akong third.
Shatter.
Dumb bitch. Wala akong bind pre. 1 second. Oh my god.
These mortal cycles begin anew.
Ang inang passive to, mamamatay pa ako ang puta.
Damn slut.
Mistakes.
5 kayo
shape
nun.
us.
Putang ina. Habang pala gago. Nice. Oh, yun.
Aba dito support pa ng mga Air Force.
I don't know. He's still top side. Flash is already over.
I find beauty in these shadows.
Last week.
The world is a beautiful place. Do not let
An enemy has been slain.
Pre.
Kaya mo.
I have nothing.
Have slain an enemy.
This is worth it.
Demacia learned all the wrong lessons.
You have slain an enemy.
Akin na naman.
Take pride in how swiftly we fall. My sister cauterized her wound in holy fire. Mine.
Motherfucker.
Ally has been slain.
Nice siya eh.
I was betrayed. Once.
Pa yun sa akin. Tadan mo, tadan mo. Kill. Papatayin ka dyan.
Hindi mo nalapagan ng second, patay ka.
Hindi, umasa ako sa kwan. Wala akong ano eh.
Ang ina, hindi ko pa naabutan. Ano ba naman yan?
Ito yun ah. Pero hindi yata sapat yan.
Mali yung combo ko, putang ina, natin ka sa bot lane.
Doing worse.
Parang inhibit lang ako eh. Parang
There, she has ult again. That's why she's still there.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Okay, wait.
An ally has been slain.
Where's
I have
Fiddle?
seen liars choose mercy, and I have seen the divine cheat. As today, I
Why do they choose the Blackfire than Leandris?
Utang, yun na talaga ng... What?
Slain.
Mana and abilities.
Bilis ng combo nung stun ng puta.
An ally has been slain.
Mama yung combo.
I would cut off my wings if there was steel strong enough. Peacemaker protocol initiated.
Ult mo na yan, pre. Kasi, ay, never mind. Okay lang pala siya.
Patay ka.
Enemy rampage.
She flashed ignite.
Just following
Tony Ult mo na yan. Walang magkakover.
An enemy is on
Nice try.
begin anew.
Ayaw ko, yung putang ina, bilis-bilis makapatay ng LeBlanc.
Paborito yung top
Your
pre, wala pa.
turret has been destroyed.
Tang ina, machi-chain naman yun. Putang ina naman, bobo naman.
No flash.
Kanina pa naka-advance tong man.
Pati yung kuan, but I don't...
Isa pa rin naka-advance sa amin dito. Hindi niya ayaw niya punta.
Papaganda na ba ito? Pwede sa akin.
Down.
I did not fall from grace. I leapt.
An enemy has been slain.
Pupunta kailan basag-basag na.
Thank you for the follow.
Once I had
He flashed. Flashed ignite. Brand.
Hindi na pa sa...
back into the fray. Some call me evil. Shall I prove them right?
Oh,
My flaws are a badge of honor. With every
Womp
step, I
womp.
found my own.
walang yan. Well, ikaw, merong black magic ba yun? Black magic. Black.
Black shield.
My shadow
I'm so
Shut down.
Tang-ena. May fiddle pala.
Parang fiddle sa amin.
Ay.
Baka lang pupunta pag may mamamatay.
I have endured worse.
Bobo. Iglala ko baka gumanda yung scope.
Suffer or feel nothing. Onward through this unchanging land.
But
Justice is a lie of
we
the
were just
powerful.
waiting all this time
I
here.
have truths of my own.
Spree. An ally has
Gabang
been
lang
slain.
talaga sila dito, oh. Dito.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Mortals while she languishes with her lofty ideals. I don't hide my pain. I will.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I walk so I can feel a fraction of the
Enemy is
Oh my
legendary.
god, this video.
Your turret has been destroyed.
These mortal
Excuse
cycles
me.
begin anew.
Oh.
I shall show them what it is to fall.
Why can I ward?
Only death can break my bonds. And I am immortal.
Ancho.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, I flashed out.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
He's 12 and
Back into
1.
the fray.
The hell?
Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Oh, your frailty!
Enemy has been slain.
By your sins!
Shut down.
Shattered soul.
I don't know where Fiddle is.
Patayin.
An enemy has been slain.
Brand pushing bot.
My wings remember the wind. No longer. My wings are bound, but my soul flies.
Ay, dalawa lang kayo dyan, boy.
Yeah, I know.
An enemy has been slain.
Nothing makes you feel alive like knowing you might die.
An ally has been slain.
I warned him.
A place that I prefer an honest sinner over a righteous liar. The earth reflects your torment. Battles bring out so many emotions.
More money. Pre. Nice.
Slain. Killing spree.
Someone sent you here in Truth is a dark mirror.
Nice.
Okay, nakakaba.
We are shaped by our foes. Mortal comforts make immortality bearable.
It's their soul point. Nah, I doubt it.
Those
Poor
who
B.
soar amongst the clouds lose sight of the life below.
Little's here already.
Wala sa pagkakaibigan natin, pre. Hold me, hold me.
I chose my shackles.
Dito tayo sa baba. And
By chains or by wings, we are all bound. Place that never leaves.
Inanan. Binulgar ako ng puki ng ilang comic ko, yawa! I was already recalling. Oh my gosh.
sad.
I have endured worse. I know what my enemies feel. They are right to be afraid.
Ay, ko. Okay, fine. Okay, fine.
On.
she blocked it.
Slain.
Huh?
These mortal cycles begin and
Your
end.
turret has been destroyed. Dominating. Xerath is unstoppable. Your turret has been destroyed. Ace. An enemy has been slain. A summoner has disconnected. Defeat.
Tangin naman isang beses nga lang pumunta yung Morgan, di nga gumak yung isa akin.
Yeah, I only ganked once. What?
May masabi lang yan, pre. Wala siyang mabato.
Eh, paano? Di niya ako mapatay na mabilisan eh.
Sad.
Bawi na sana. Kaso, sakit na rin nung...
Nasty, nasty.
Okay, let's just report the brand. Ikaw din. Feeling ka. Urat to eh kasi hindi naman sila mananalo sa bot ko hindi dahil sa pedal eh.
Oh, hell.
Eh, kami never ginang nung master eh.
Gagang ko na, pag may mamamatay na, pag nakita niya
Kaya,
1 point ng
yeah.
tira.
he keeps on failing her.
Oh.
Her gank.
Bubong jungle ang puta.
Let's block this. Kaya din. Block. Block.
Let's just invite another one.
Pit ng Caitlyn ko. No, ko. Tapos, naka... kanina, lapit na niya, hindi nadalaw kahit naka-TH na kami nito.
Ang
Yeah.
bobo eh.
Kasi nagsimula na kami mag-TH nung pinasok na kami ng Pidel. Tapos wala na, nachichip yung buhay namin. Tapos tower dive na kami nung ano.
Bobo eh. Nga siya matrastok sa akin eh. Tangina, never nga siya dumaan sa mid kahit sasabihin pa niya naka-advance yung wave eh. Advance eh ako nga, basag-basag na nga tower ko tapos sasabihin mo naka-advance.
Kaya nga.
At nasa top, lagi nasa top yung ano, nagawa doon. Baka siguro mas madali makapick ng kill. Zack yun eh.
Oo, mas mabilis dun. Bobo eh.
Di walang
pa
pala.
ina, naka sobrang basic na nang gagawin eh. May third skill na ako eh. Skill na lang siya eh. Pupukin eh. Binigay ko na nga sa kanya yung kill ng early at akin yun.
Lay, may naisip ako, Lay.
What?
What if-
Vegar Ziggs. Vegar
Ha?
Ziggs. Vegar Ziggs. Ako yung magsasatchel ko yung
I
magkukulong.
kinda wanna isol Zoe.
Sige, pwede rin naman.
Di ba?
Astral bullshit.
Yeah, Astral Satchel.
Astral dildos, mga ganun tayo.
Yeah.
Paskin mo ng Zoe, pre, para maparisan ko. Dapat, ano tayo?
I only have one skin on this account eh.
Ay, ang hirap, gag.
The last Weibo do, pre. The last... Yeah, familiar.
Oo na eh. Putang ina yun yung Mordekaiser. Main.
So, we invite...
Sige, invite mo na. Di ko alam nasan si Nel. Tang ina na ito eh.
Is Null still going to, play?
Ba't ko nga?
Ay, bakit wala? Dito pa si ano? Morde. Ayun dito. Diba we played against him before?
Ewan ko lang.
I think we have
Wala,
played against him
naka-
before. Naka-morde din siya.
Wala na si Nal.
Kalaro ko na ba sa Bali yan, pre? Yan, Nal na yan.
Hindi pa.
Hindi. Check na pre, meron na siya.
Ba't hindi ma-start yung game?
I don't know.
Eligible players.
Bakit daw? Sige. What's your ano? IGN. Okay. $6:30 mo. Ay, Friday pala tomorrow na. Okay. Confirm exit.
Puta na ka. Nal. Nal.
Du-du-du-du-du-du-dun. Excuse me. What's that joke?
Yun, lagi nagpe-flex ito, master eh.
Maunong naman yan doon sila sweet.
Hindi ko na
Kaaway,
ano.
kaaway namin yan dati.
Really?
Tuwa namin nila. Ito nila nalasan nila.
Mhm. Yun. Meron agad.
Naman natin, secret weapon natin.
Sige.
Basta,
Let's have fun, pre. Baka ba?
para
Tara na.
sumigaw ng ganun yung Aisel ko.
Let's go.
Eh, ba natin yung mga magpapahirap sa atin, pre?
Hey ho.
Oo.
Fight.
Yun, tinakita.
Mike Nautilus.
Hindi, ban ko pa rin yung locks na yan.
Oh yan pala kasi di kayo makakalipad yan. Nahuli kayo niyan. Kaya kung masisi.
Kane, can you ban Kane? Okay, can you ban?
Ikaw
Ay. Ban volley daw siya. Sige lang.
Huli ba kayo?
Why is volley kwan? Good in top currently.
Magaya ng volley kanina boy.
Sus, wala yan kay Kwan, Char.
Dalawa kayong AP no?
Yeah, we're gonna double AP.
Dapat na gano'n na lang kayo.
No.
Way saka
Wag na!
Lax.
Ito na!
Gika dyan.
Hitings.
Nahuli kayo ng bind. Tapos kinabukasan.
Sige, you can win naman, pre, if you want. You can
Pili-
wait, pre.
Paint. Nagkagulo-gulo na.
Baliw ka, hindi bagay yan.
Ah, di ba?
Hindi. Kasi single target.
Pag Zoe pre, Jin.
Bag. Siya pag Jin.
Zoe, Jin.
Chug,
Jin
chug,
o kaya
chug,
Caitlyn.
chug, chug, chug.
Ano na lang, let's have fun.
So you're gonna win. Are you
Oo.
sure you're gonna have fun with me? That's Darius Lee
Ayun pa.
tapos
may-
Malza.
Ako nagturo kay ano,
Ang ina ko kay AP, guys.
AD. 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 Listen per listen. Puka! Ay, pinik na pala.
may special effect niya. Ganun.
Pika! Lipik listen na pala. Poppy. Jocks. Key. Pika! Hinika daw siya. Caitlyn Morg. What if it's them again? From last game. I feel like it's them again.
Jin ko hindi.
Let's go. Chimu. Dum, 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 dum. Let's go, Chimu. So, parang hindi maganda, masaya ang ating voting. Because that's Morgan ng Caitlyn.
Oh, there is... Siyempre, naka-usual tayo, tapos Caitlyn. Caitlyn.
Ooh, okay. Dunk Master daw. Sheesh. Darius main. Si Cartier and Versace.
Combo natin dito, Lay.
One. Higop-higop
Paglistan
pa
mo
lang. Basta
Paglistan mo.
basta let me hit first. Let me hit first after makatulog kasi para mas masakit yung damage.
Hindi
Kasi kung-
makakatulog.
Kasi kung ikaw yung gigising sa kanya, konti lang yung
Di
damage
ba may
ko.
true damage yan pag hinit ng kung sino man?
Hindi, sa akin lang.
Kasi lang, sige.
Kaya minsan,
Okay lang yan, pre. Bronze lang naman tong Morgana, pre.
kaya minsan napapasabi ako, bakit nyo ginising? Ginising nyo kasi.
Kasing gawin ng hockey stick.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
CR lang daw siya, pre. Natutay siya, pre. Ano ka ba?
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Pero talagang friends si Isol and Zoe. Sa lore. Sige, para ma-snare ka dyan. Baliw pa.
Pre, takot sa presensya ng dragon.
Alam mo, ano tawag ni Zoe kay Isol? Hindi.
Odd.
Ha?
Odd.
Space dog.
Minions have spawned.
Take your wish. I won't grant it, of course, but oh, I do love to hear mortals beg. Who wants a piece of the chair?
What's the piece of the champ?
Wants a piece of the chair?
Yung tawa niya is yung kwan ba, yung animation. Parang yung sa anime talaga pag tumatawa. Malaki yung mata.
Ito, pre. Parang nakakatakot ng bush na to.
Lo.
Versace on the floor.
Boom. Headshot.
Boom! Headshot! Boom! Caitlyn! Here, Caitlyn! Ouch. Ouch. As expected. Lululu. You. You. You.
First blood.
Oh, nice. Look. Look. You. Look. You. You.
Ally has been slain.
You.
Enemy double kill.
Oh no.
Putang ina.
You. I have no stock,
Ally
pre.
has been
Get
slain.
that. You. Wala talaga akong pantulog, pre. Pati have no mana. Kulang pa rin yun. No flash bot. No songs. Play. Nice, nice. Careful of the Q. The Q. Nice try.
Has been slain.
Ay! Putang ina, swerte. Lagi na lang may lipat. Lipat. Putang ina.
Oh shit, I'm dead.
Gagi ka, pre.
Ang tama na.
Alis ka na dyan, boy.
Laging nabubuhay si
Oh, COVID ka dyan, boy.
Your lives are short, and I love sparkles.
Mag-launch mo, pre. Hindi nag-launch eh. Ah.
Sorry, beauty always has tears, even when
carry naman iyan. I'm here, pre. I'm here. I'm here.
I wouldn't trust me, but I would totally like me. I do like me.
You like me.
Ayop.
Both the worlds and eyes. I like it.
Nila? Chat. We're taking the Ursu. Pre.
Ay, fine.
This snow is neat.
Come Pem. Basta malapit ka.
I guess. Listen's here, oh.
Okay, per.
Reflects your torment.
Pre, gusto tayo dyan, ah.
Chill lang naman. Just chilling. Patay ka pa rin, buwang.
An enemy has been slain.
Utang eh.
Iwasan ko kasi. Patay na sana yan. No need. No mana. No stop.
Do not look into the eyes of it, or fly into its ears.
We're gonna mid.
There is misty from the stars. Also gas clouds. They smell like
Cheap flushed. Listen mid. Can you remove his block shield?
Ah, wala yung pop.
Careful, Bram. Top lane.
Rampage.
He flashed it.
Ouch. It wow.
Straight roll.
Does he have flash?
An enemy has been slain.
Nice, good job. Morgana's top lane, by the way.
Kill. So yan.
Nice, good job. It's in on his wolves.
I can see.
Patanggal sana ng block shield mo. Kunin ko na lang yan.
Baluga dito.
Thank you. Putang ina!
Slain.
Yung Grax, blinak ako, putang ina! Gago!
Slain.
Fucking Grax! Putang ina!
An ally has been slain.
First.
Putang ina! Lo, kinukuha talaga, oh. The fuck?
An ally has been slain.
Wait, what? Caitlyn, stop.
What's fun around here? What about over there?
Ang ina, nag-miss pa talaga. What the fuck was that? Wait.
Tawag ka.
Caitlyn pala yun.
Upo ko dyan ah.
I'm fine. Sayang, di abot. Visit. Basin behind us. Basin behind us.
There's not enough unicorns here.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Rampage.
Patay ako, gago. She fucking eat! I had no R! Oh my... Oh no. I thought you is the thought. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 ay. Ikaw abot.
Abo siya eh.
She goes.
May ulti yan.
Okay.
Double kill.
Pag-flash. Nice. Can you guys help with the Darius?
Something good is going to happen.
Nice, good job. She has no flash. Somebody got a match mount 3. Oh, why are you pinging me? Yeah.
Oh my god!
Hi, Ed and Dog. Do you guys play League anymore?
Zone.
Huh?
Wala ko na zone.
Me?
No one free is afraid.
Your team has destroyed
Ah. SD.
your turret has been destroyed.
Ay, they're top side. Someone else is behind you. Putang ina. Putang ina! Patay na yan, Frank. Yawa. Milisin ba ako?
Oh.
I can help, but I'm really low. Ay, sinipa.
Alam na ako.
Every day, every season.
Hindi pa talaga umabot. Nice, good job. You just take that smite. Thank you so much.
Sige, smite tip mo kasi eh.
Hindi, I already used it. I'm too low.
Oh, yung gusto.
Yan. Putang ina! Yawa! Ang sakit na pala.
Pa talaga.
Hindi, wow, siya na.
Ano mga kuko mo?
Starlight is an expression of something inside bursting to get out.
Oh, shit! Ang sakit, kaki.
Your turret has been destroyed.
3 top side. Buwang ka.
Godlike.
Guys, can you help? 3 top.
Pre, ako, nag-push ako. Tatlong top.
Sige lang. Okay lang naman.
Has destroyed.
Okay lang naman. Ayos lang naman.
The eye that looks ahead
Oh,
is safe.
okay lang naman talaga. Oh. Alisin recalled already. Desperado talaga tong pangit na to. The Caitlyn's here. Pre, ingat pre, ingat pre. Wala talagang magagawa pre. Yuwo, yuwo, yuwo! Pre. Pre. Pre, I'm trying pre. Pre.
Your team
Kiss.
has destroyed a turret.
Kala ko di naabot eh.
Kung magkaroon ng ano dito.
Ha?
Magkaroon ng eternal.
Hi, Asol.
What do boys like?
Ako nakaka-jumble.
Damn, I have no words. Here be. Ang cute! May snail pala dito. Ang cute. Ano pre, oh? Ito pre, oh. Paano nilang napapansin eh. Decent's here, here. Dito pre, dito pre. Ito pre, nauli ko pre, char. Oh. Magulat ka naman, pre. 3 people behind us, ah.
So, yummy.
Oo. Ang kuha nito.
This wasn't so pretty. I wouldn't care that it's all about the
Guys. Gusto talaga nila paglaban.
Yun lang pre, may mal sa harbor. Anong gagawin ko dyan par? Gotcha, Brody! I got you!
Oh my god, meron. Nice one day.
Sakit niya, gago! Ah, I wanted to take the flash. Oh, okay. Never mind. Good trade. Okay. Moment of truth, pre. 1v2. Pinok ko.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Walang pera yun pag nabasag yung GB. Tower.
Ano?
Moves around.
7:04 p.m. And I barely won any games. But hey! I'm playing Zoe. To win. Pre, 3 mid. Grabe naman yung slow na yan.
Dusk and dawn are the same. What are you going to do with me? Or I get totally fine.
Pre. Uy, nag-zone niya siya, pre. Nice one, pre. Ay, ang bobo ko naman dun. She flashed. Flash heal. No subs, more. Oo, no zone niya. Ingat. Nice one. Oh, flash Leilan, I think. Okay, no ghost, Darius. Oh my god. No ult. All plain. Buat na buat. Share mo lang.
Last mo na yan, pre.
Nice. Thank you, GG's.
Last mo na muna. Salamat, Jay. GG's.
YouTube na rin ako. Kaso we wanna play more. Okay. Sadly, it's already 7 p.m. chat. I wanna play more, but I can't. And tomorrow's my day off, so sadly, we're gonna have to continue this Saturday. But I don't know if I'm gonna be playing that time because I have an event to catch up to. So, yeah, that's the last game for me tonight. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you for those who stick around the stream, those who followed and joined me today. I'll see you guys this Saturday because I'll be off tomorrow. Bye bye. Thank you, GG's. I really want to make up for those losses, but I guess it's not our day today. But before I leave, let's rate. By the way, chat, for those of you who haven't joined us at Chaos yet, be sure you do. It's my Discord server. I update there regarding my stream skid. We have events there as well. Let's try to read ano. Sino ba to?
What do we read for tonight, chat? And of course, this Saturday, I'm finally gonna be streaming with Facecam again. Pasensya na. Pasensya na. See? What about Dasole? Can we raid him? Okay, he's also streaming League of Legends right now. Let's show him some support by giving him a follow and dropping Pixie Lolly raid on his chat. And the link for my Discord servers right here. Be sure to follow me as well on my socials, especially on Band. I hope. Bye bye. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Let's raid. Nyong. Ay, block screen lang gagi. My bad. Anyway, let's raid. Bye bye.